जय श्री माता जी। हम सभी परम पूज्य श्री माता जी के श्री चरणों में प्रणाम करके अपनी कुंडलिनी उठाकर वंदन लेंगे।
तीन महामंत्र और श्री गणेश मंत्र। त्वमेव साक्षात् श्री त्वमेव साक्षात् श्री कल की साक्षात् श्री साक्षात् श्री कल की साक्षात् श्री त्वमेव साक्षात् श्री गणेश साक्षात् श्री आदि शक्ति माता जी श्री निर्मला देवी नमो नमः।
इसी ध्यान की स्थिति में अब हम सभी परम पूज्य श्री माता जी की अमृत वाणी को सुनेंगे।
get them? From the temple? Huh? आणले पाहिजे तुम्ही आमच्याकडे त्याचं झाड आणा फार सुंदर चला काय तुमचे ते गोंधळी नाही आले अजून गोंधळी नाही. You all must be very tired today. But I hope you have rested a little bit after coming from the hectic shopping. Have you been able to get your chappals? Yes? Not yet. Even tomorrow morning you can do some shopping if you want. And you can go in the afternoon from here. You have to reach there in about 9 o'clock or something. Today when I was coming from the shopping, I couldn't get into the car. One foot was inside and another would not lift. So I came out of the car. And then I knew that the Mahalakshmi's temple, there were bells ringing and the Aarti was on. So the Mahalakshmi didn't want me to get into the car. So I had to stand outside till the whole thing was over. And then suddenly everything was all right. My foot was completely glued and I couldn't lift it. First I didn't know what was happening. Then suddenly I realized and I felt that still the place is, despite all the nonsense they do there, still the place has got lots of vibrations and is still there, the Mahalakshmi's temple. Now we have to understand that in the name of religion, so many wrong things have taken place. They are doing all kinds of wrong things. It's all anti-religious activities. For example, in this beautiful temple of Mahalakshmi, where there's a Swayambhu of Mahalakshmi, which has come out of the Mother Earth, people are using black magic. There are tantrikas sitting. In the back of the temple also, in the days of Navratri, they get ladies and the bhoots come in them and then they start dancing in a funny way. These are not ladies, these are maid servants mostly. And they start talking. When they start talking, they can tell you what is the horse number, how much money is involved, and where is the money hidden, all money oriented and all kinds of very selfish and self-centered questions they answer. And many people who are anxious to know something like that go there and ask questions. And what they do is to breathe into small little pots made of earthen pots, call them as ghagri, and they blow into it. And as you know that it represents the Muladhara, the Gauri's place, and when they start breathing in, their bhoots start driving out their auspiciousness and they become possessed. But why in the temple they do it is the point. One may ask a question, why it is done in the temple, why not anywhere else? The answer to this is as simple as that. What I have seen, that people who are possessed get exposed in my presence. Now there was a gentleman who came all the way, say from Italy. He was quite normal, behaving normally, and supposed to be a financial advisor or something, imagine, in a big way. But as soon as he came here, and as soon as I think he heard of me or was in your company, suddenly he went amok. Secondly, the another fellow also who came with you might have been normal to look at. But as soon as he saw me, or maybe his kundalini was arisen, he became mad. Because there is light, and in the light, the negativity shows. At that time, one gets a little puzzled. One starts thinking, now what has happened to this person? After all, this person is a seeker, and he was all right, and why should it happen? But that's the danger. Going in the light, you get exposed. I've also seen people who are otherwise sound normal in Sahaja Yoga also. But once they come before me, they get just stunned and something goes wrong with them. Not that they are not seekers, they are all seekers. But there's a lot of negativity within them. Some people who are hypocritical also get exposed. Or those who have wrong intentions, they also get exposed. Or some people who are negative and lethargic or sort of have lost their awareness also become quite evident, and one can easily see that this person is possessed. Now, if you are not aware enough, if you are not alert enough, then you must know that you need real correction. And for that, you must really assert yourself, work it out, and tell your leader that something is wrong with me and please correct me. Also, I would request all the leaders of all the nations that they should never side or support or try to cover up anyone of their proteges, we can say, because by that you are destroying them. You are not helping them at all. There should not be any sympathy whatsoever for people who are negative. You have to get after them, you have to get them corrected, you have to tell them all. But what I have seen sometimes, there is a tendency to support a person who is negative. And then that person goes on drifting and ultimately falls into a trap. So best thing is not to sympathize with them, but to tell them very frankly that you are possessed, you are not aware, you are very lethargic, there's something wrong with you, you better sit down, get yourself straight. Ask them to beat themselves with shoes, ask them to sit in the water, do what you please, but see that all these people are corrected, otherwise your leadership has no meaning. Many leaders are kind, good and sweet, but that's not sufficient. Sometimes you have to take things into your hands, you have to be responsible. Now there is something I have found out, that some people who came with these mad people didn't show that responsibility. That was very, very wrong. You should not have brought such people, you should not have behaved so irresponsibly, and then when you had to attend to them, you are somewhere else. This kind of thing is also very dangerous, because under your guidance only, I allow people to come here. Now, the whole understanding should be such that what are we achieving? I've seen some people, when I say something, they start talking too much. If you tell them to shut up, they'll react so much, their face will immediately go in a very clumsy manner. Supposing I am saying something sad, they'll suddenly become sad. Then something, if I am saying something good, they become nice. Like acting is going on. That's not necessary. There's no need to act and do. Anybody can make it out that you are acting. So best thing is to keep quiet, to be possessed of yourself. You have to have self consciousness about it, that you are not trying to to express yourself in a way that should not be. I've seen some people, if you say anything to them, they'll shrug their shoulders, they'll do like this, or they'll turn their heads like this. Some people have a habit of too much shaking their head, going on like this for hours together. I've seen it's very common to shake your head continuously, to say yes. If I'm saying something, if they like something, they'll go on like that. I don't mean that. You don't have to shake your head. I know you are understanding me, liking me. It is a very big ego business, because it is a sort of an assurance, oh, I understand you, sort of a thing. And also it is a big right Vishuddhi problem. If you go on like that, your Vishuddhi can never be improved. So you have to be very careful with your neck. Should not move your neck too much, shrug your shoulders too much, shrug your hands too much, or take out your hands, talk like this. You should not. You should talk at a time when there's a lecture you are giving or something, little bit. But I think it's also Western style nowadays. It was not a fashion before. But nowadays is to take out all your hand, talk like this and talk like that. It's not proper, because that spoils your Vishuddhi completely. You shouldn't use your hands for useless things. They're very precious hands, and they must be respected. You are very precious. You are a yogi, and also you are a realized soul in Sahaja Yoga. Compared to all other yogis, you are much more important, because you are responsible for evolving this new generation, creating this new age. None of the yogis could do that you are going to do. So you have to be very careful when you talk. In your hands should not move too much. I have seen people talk like this, talk like that, or all the time their hands are throwing. So better tie them up. While talking, try to tie your hand to others, to see that you don't move your hands too much. Always such people will have bad Vishuddhis. So try to say something as far as possible without much movement of hand. Maybe up to your fingers are alright, hands are alright, but the whole hand up to the elbow, there's no need to give trouble to your hands and to your Vishuddhi. The shrugging the shoulder is a very common thing among the Western side. I mean, India, people never do that. If you say, is it alright? You'll say like this. I don't know what is the meaning, but it means something. Might be meaning yes or no. I don't know which one it is. And it is something that affects the Vishuddhi very much. Affects the Vishuddhi. Unknowingly, you are trying to give problem to your Vishuddhi. Unknowingly. So shrugging should not be there. Up and down anyway should not be done. You should not jerk out your body. Suddenly you should not jump too much. You should not sort of suddenly, some people have a habit of jumping into something or suddenly to take a turn of your body. That should not be so. Your movement should be slower, not jerky, but should not be lethargic also. All this is to be understood in case you are fully aware. But if you are not fully aware, then you might do it, you may not know it. That time the leaders must see. Leaders must see how the people whom they are looking after are behaving. This is one of the most important things that a leader has to do. How their behavior is, how they are talking to each other, how they are creating problem. Now, we have some Sahajogis who have come for the first time to Ganpatipule. I have to say that Ganpatipule is a very important place in Sahaja Yoga. But we came to it much later, because in the beginning I thought it may not be possible for people to adjust themselves in Ganpatipule. And maybe it is too much, because there everything becomes too much. Everything is too much for them. We do anything, but it is too much. I said, what has happened? I've got cold in my hand and in my head. It's too much. They want to do it slowly. First it should come out of the head, then out of one finger, then another finger, then third finger. Otherwise it is too much. That's a wrong attitude. As if you are frightened, but you are not. You are not frightened. It is a ego type of talking, that I am something great, and if I am to be given something, it should be given piecemeal. It's all ego style things which looks very sort of sophisticated stuff, but is a nonsense. And mostly people who are very egoistical, they talk like that. I thought it was too much. When you say I thought, then remember, this is not I, that is your spirit, but it is your ego. So I have told people that give up this mantra, I thought. From your tongue, from your language, from your I thought. That is one thing, thinking is not allowed in Sahaja. You must know that whenever I have to answer something, or if I have to talk to someone about something, what I do is to just answer so quickly that another person is really amazed that I don't think before answering. Now, because I know if I start thinking, the other person would think of another question also. But I don't need thinking, so I just answer it right then. In the same way, you should be prepared that once somebody is asking a question to you, then you should have the full idea what you are going to answer. So the best thing would be for you in your privacy to think of 10 questions that may be asked. Then you think of 10 answers that you will give. Now, I think we'll be having something like a brain trust or something you have in a seminar in there. And I would like to see how you answer those questions. Answering shows not the personality which is brilliant, but the personality that is Sahaj. Because in the Sahaj manner, you get the answer quickly, you don't do any drama, you don't become hypocritical, but straightforward you know the answer. And you can say, this is the answer. You don't have to think about it. Now, if you go on using in between like finished. When you are talking to someone, somebody is asking you a question, especially for leaders I would say, and when you become the yogis and you become the gurus, anybody asking you questions, if you say, finished, you have to immediately answer it very humbly, not with any arrogance, but in a way that baffles another person. I'll give you some examples. For example, first time I was confronted with the BBC people in England. You know, English can be very, very nasty, and especially BBC. So the gentleman came and asked me a question. First question he said was that, why are you in England? I said, my husband is posted here. Well, why don't you help your people? I said, is there any wrong in helping English also? Then he didn't know what to say. So then he says, but don't you think they are so poor and it's something wrong there? You call yourself spiritual, and why should spiritual people be that poor? I said, because they are good. And if I am not rude, can I say one thing? How are they so poor? 300 years if somebody had ruled in England, what would have been your condition? Just he kept quiet on that. Then the third question he asked me, which was even more arrogant, he says, but you have such a population problem and this and that, you must attend to it. I said, how can I attend, you see? You all are responsible for it. He said, we? I'm sorry to say, I said, but it is so. He said, how? I said, if I tell you, you won't believe. He said, well, how? I said, in England, every week, there are 2 or 3 children are killed by parents. I have heard that it is in London city it is happening. Now, what child would like to be born in this country? Just kept quiet. Now, this is like handling that kind of people. Then there are people who can be very, this thing like, I met somebody, he said, if you give me self-realization, then I will take you to the mic in Italy. I said, all right, come along, sit down. So I knew he had certain things in his head. Of course, I don't know if you can find out that. But I said, all right, get some water. He bought some water, I put my hand in it. So he drank it. He said, is it wine? I said, no, it was water. You brought it. I didn't bring. Yes, it was water. It's wine. I said, that's what Christ did. Oh, I see. After that, he got his realization in no time. So I could feel his agya was catching. I said, something has to be done about Christ. If you find somebody with a big agya, soft him on Christ. Say something about Christ. Soft him on Christ. And if you soft him on Christ, you'll be amazed. He will immediately come round. So, as soon as you find any chakra is catching, of course you have to be very aware. I mean, if you are feeling only your chakras and not his chakras, you would be doing wrong thing. But if you can find out what's wrong with the person, then just work on that chakra yourself within. And while talking to him also, just bring him on that line. So, he's just opened down. And then it's very easy to give realization or to talk to a person. But in case a person is very, very difficult, then there's no need to discuss or argue with that person. Only in Sahaja Yoga, you have to work it out with Sahaja Yogis, and you have to go to a great extent. Sometimes I feel I'm wasting a lot of energy in these useless Sahaja Yogis who are good for nothing. They are for namesake Sahaja Yogas. They go down and you ask them, I don't know. Why are you doing like this? I don't know. Such people should be really thrown out of Sahaja Yoga. They're such disgusting people. They have no respect for themselves. They have no respect for Sahaja Yoga. They have no respect for the kind of a work you have to do. Such a great work I have started. They have no understanding of anything. They are just like liabilities sticking onto Sahaja. So this is another point one has to see. That if you find anyone like that, just go and report this to the leader of that particular nation. There's no wrong in it. If you find anybody misbehaving, you just go and tell the leader. So this climax point won't come and that you won't have to bother. And if you find anyone talking ill about Sahaja Yoga or is doubtful in nature or in any way not up to the point, as we can say, you better tell the leader of that nation that this is what it is. And from this point of view, we think that she's not all right or he's not all right. And one should not feel bad about it. And then the leader should take that person to task, need not tell the person, name of the person who is reported. But that doesn't mean you all the time carry tales and things like that. It's a very wrong thing. But if you find something very seriously wrong, you should go and tell the leader, and leader can judge for herself or himself whether it is wrong or right. Then let the leader take the action and you just don't worry about it, leave it alone. That is how we are going to correct the collectivity. And the collectivity part of it works out beautifully if you can somehow or other understand that you are part and parcel of one single human being. And that is your mother. So you have to understand that if something is wrong with you, I don't know, this kind of irresponsible behavior or this kind of a stupid answer shows that such a person doesn't care for anything, doesn't bother about finding out what's wrong or doesn't want to progress further. Lastly, we are all now there going for many marriages. Again, there are about 65 already, and maybe some more may be added. But I would say keep it at 65 is a better idea, and for others we'll have it next year. But in this I would say, you shouldn't make anybody marry unless and until that person is reasonably understood by leaders and is certified. Anyone who has even little doubt, one should not try it. We can always do it next year. Because the first alternative is there, that if they cannot get along, they can marry again or they can give up. But supposing you marry them first, then the second alternative is horrible. they have to divorce, they have to run away, or do all kinds of things. And we have seen there are some mishaps. So I would suggest that you must judge your fiancé or anybody you call and see how it works out. Now some people have had a very odd type of a temperament. They may marry 10 women, or maybe a woman may marry 10 men, but they all go on like this in such a manner that it's impossible to make them reconcile to each other, and they create terrible problems for us. So in the marriages, one has to decide beforehand that we are getting married because we have to do such. Then the question of domination, is a woman dominating man or man dominating woman, is absolutely out of question in Sajo. There is going to be no domination of any kind. But one has to see that the left side is on the left side and right side is on the right side. One should not start demanding what the other side has got it. Like supposing men start saying, why not we have children, mother? We should have children, why should the women have children? That cannot be. And if the women start saying, all right, we should grow beard, supposing tomorrow they might say, we must have beard and we must have mustaches. So if such a demand is made, that cannot be done. That's not the way. And at human level, these are absolutely two separated personalities. At a lower animal stage, see, if you go in the hermaphrodites stage, then you find that the people who have got both the sexes in them are called as hermaphrodite in their technical language. So you can imagine that when you want to become like earthworms, you can have both the sexes in you. Either you can act like a male or a female. But as soon as you start growing up, and then the in your evolutionary process, as you come up slowly, what you find that there are two separate groups are forming up to the human level. And when you come to the human level, the women are women and men are men. And the more they are like women, men like men, then they are complementary. Otherwise, these halfway people, neither they cannot be good husbands, nor could be good wives. Nor can they have good married life, nor they can enjoy anything. So, this is very important to see that you should become complementary. But for Sahaja Yoga, now there is no question of domination, as I said. Woman plays her own part, man must appreciate, and man plays his own part and woman must appreciate. But there's another type of a thing that happens in Sahaja Yoga, I've seen, that people once they get married, see, to them, marriage becomes like the end of Sahaja Yoga. They go so crazy with each other, I mean, absolute crazy people. They become so very crazy with each other, they forget Sahaja Yoga, they forget me, they forget everything. I have known some people who were very good. Once they were married, they were lost to Sahaja Yoga for at least 2 years till they got sick. They had a child with a problem, then they came to Sahaja Yoga. So this kind of a romanticism is of no use in Sahaja Yoga. It's all artificial, it's all mental, it has no sense. This kind of a useless romanticism that people indulge into. Because that makes you forget God, makes you forget your mother, makes you forget your job in life, because you are now realized souls. And you have to do this job. Who is going to do this? Somebody has to do it. And you are chosen for it. So, like other people who get into marriages, go for honeymoon, the day they get married, they must be, immediately there must be, there should be no such a hurry. There should be certain amount of sanyama, certain amount of control. Automatically it works out. But the way people hurry and hastily do everything, they make a mess of their married life. First they'll go for a honeymoon, second they may go for a show on the road, and third they will end up in the divorce court. So, one has to be absolutely in a balance of everything with full dignity. And especially in Indian villages, it looks very funny for people to go about kissing each other or sitting down somewhere. There's no hurry about it. What's the hurry? I don't understand. And I was also reported that at the airport, when people are there, the husband will tickle the wife and the wife will tickle the husband, will be all this time nudging the husband and the husband will be nudging the wife. It looks very funny. Like you see dog having a tail and tail having a dog. You are two separate entities. You have to behave properly. So this is another thing I have seen, that those people who come to Sahaja Yoga get married, they get into a kind of a very funny whirlwind and it's impossible to bring them back. So I'm looking out for my marriage, you see. Now the marriage is going to be, it's nothing so great. Many are married in this world. What have they achieved? So attitude towards should be marriage is that we have to have somebody who is our complement. That we have to have another wheel for our chariot, that's all. But not that you completely merge with him and become one wheel and a mono wheel chariot I have not seen so far. So with your dignity, with your understanding, you must behave in a manner that people should say that this is a proper manner. I mean, actually in India, I don't know how we have this kind of a sayama. It's not necessary for us the day we are married that we should meet each other. There's no need. What is such a thing? At least for 4 days, you don't see your husband much. Then you go to your father-in-law's place and come back. Then again you go back. Maybe the 8th day or 10th day, whichever day it is. That's the first time you see your husband. But here it is such an anxiety, such a terrible rush for everything that immediately I should arrange some other place for them, otherwise I don't know what's going to happen to them. Now this time, thank God, it ends up on the 7th, the marriage, and 8th you are out, so I must not my responsibility. But I would like to see, I mean noticing, who is going to behave properly and who is not going to behave properly. I am going to get a report on people. There's no need to sit next to your husband when you are married. What is the hurry? I just don't understand. You have to live together for all your life. It's not like some bus has come, you have to run and catch the bus, or some train has come, you have to catch the train, otherwise you won't find any seat. It's something you have to live with it all your life. So that kind of a stupid idea should be given up. There's no need to hurry up, there's no need to be so fast. Take it easy, it will all work out and you are all going to achieve it properly, in a proper, sensible manner. But then, I must tell you the other side of it. Some people who are very much in the beginning are away, you see. Then they are thinking, this girl has got curly hair, so finished. Her father must be this, that must be this, she must be that, like that. Or the girl might be thinking about the husband, this must be. So I am still sitting and judging. It will take some time. There's incompatibility is the new word. I've learnt it when I went to England for the first time. I didn't know what is this incompatibility is. Even in Sahaja Yoga there is incompatibility, then where is going to be the compatibility? But is there any measure to find out what is compatible and what is not compatible? All these ideas given to you by psychologists must be thrown out in the sea. Now we are going there. And throw all the psychologists also there, if possible. Like somebody saying, I'm very insecure, I'm very insecure. What is this nonsense? I mean, in a platform of Nagpur, one lady saying to her husband, I'm very secure, the husband is hugging her, and everybody is feeling insecure in there. This is all exhibitionism. This is no poise. This is no decency. This is no decorum. It's indecent, indecorous, and stupid is the last. So one should not behave in a manner that shows impetuousness. Anything impetuous is never lasting. So there should not be such a sort of a pressure on your heads, because now you are married and then immediately you cannot be with the collective. I mean, it's something I can tell you from my daughter's experience. My daughter got married. They were engaged for 1 year. They would never go together or anything. She would always take me with her. And I was bored stiff, but still, she would say, no, I can't enjoy. And when they were engaged and married, and we arranged for them to go like all Western people do here, Westernized, for a honeymoon, they refused. But we somehow or other managed that you must go, otherwise it's not proper. All our friends have invited you, Maharaja of Mysore has invited you and all that. And after 2 days they were back. We had arranged for 15 days, they were back after 2 days. They said, Mummy, you come with us, otherwise we are not going. We are bored stiff of each other. So, see, it's all right. There's no need to show so much of anxiety and too much of meeting and all. It's a sign of animal life. Even animals have their timings. So to me, this is all comes from some sort of ideas of Romeo and Juliet business. But Romeo and Juliet ended up into a misery. I don't want you to end up your life in misery, you see. So don't become Romeo and Juliet. Be normal people. We have to lead a very normal, healthy life, and marriage should be a secondary thing, not the first. And I must work it out. You cannot work out your marriage. It would be something like making a plant, let me work it out so it rises properly. You cannot work it out. It's spontaneous. It cannot be organized. Let me organize my marriage. You cannot organize. It's spontaneous. But I am going to be successful in marriage. I am going to enjoy my life. I am going to enjoy my married life. I am going to enjoy my husband. This kind of attitude, if you take, things will be all right. आले का ते? तैयार झाले? वेळ आहे अजून तयार व्हायला? थोडा वेळ म्हणतील गाणं? All right. So that is how the marriage system is going to work out for us. I've tried to do my level best to get all things together, to organize everything for the marriages, to make it a very happy event so that you will always remember how beautifully you are married and how beautiful your marriage should be. But if it is ugly, indecorous, indecent, then I would not say it's a very happy marriage. Should not be any aggressiveness. During many women I have seen are very aggressive with their husbands, and then the men become impotent. It is very important that a woman should be docile and should be sensible about marriage. If she tries to be very, very aggressive, then there are problems. So please don't try all these things, and be spontaneous, kind, and especially understanding. I hope I'll be able to see the best part of the married life of Sahaja-yogis. Sahaja-yogis cannot be like other people who morning till evening fight. They are the ones who talk of Sahaja Yoga, enjoy Sahaja Yoga, and live happily to make others happy. Marriage is not only for your happiness, but for the happiness of all the rest of the people. So, must have a proper understanding of a married life of a yogi. And we have to show to the world that you don't have to give up your family life, you don't have to give up marriages, you don't have to give up your children, you don't have to give up anything, but you are detached. Last of all, I would say, then you'll have children. And children would be all realized souls. Now some women or men have a funny ideas that they should not have children. Then I'll give them 12 children. Load them with children. Those who say like that, once they get a child, they get mad. Because from one side, the pendulum moves to the other side. This is all stupid idea. If anybody has such ideas, they should not marry at all in Sahaja Yoga. Actually, I have some selfishness behind it in your marriages. That there are so many great saints who want to be born, and I want only such people to be married by me who will bear such good children. But we spoil our children. We ruin them. To us, they become our children and not the children of Adi Shakti. Then such children stand out because they are absolutely spoiled. They are very aggressive, they are very naughty, they are very troublesome, they are very possessed. But if you see that you are just there to create children for Sahaja Yoga, then the detachment will come. Without detachment, you will ruin them, you will ruin yourself, you will ruin your married life, and you are good for nothing. They are my children, my responsibility, you should not think. These are mother's children, and we are just looking after them. Sometimes you have to scold them, you have to put them right. You have to talk to them and tell them you are yogis and you are great people. That's why we are married. And as a result, I have seen, when the children are terrible, the women go mad. I have seen that. And the father supports the children, then it is even worse. Or the other way around. So, when you are dealing with your children, you should be combined together in the same manner. You should never have two views. Should be sit down, discuss with each other how we are going to improve the children. This is what we notice. You should never support your child if he is doing wrong. You should in no way support. If any Sahaja Yogi says that this is wrong, then you must take a notice of that. I mean, I would say that, say, when I was young, we would never laugh even on the road, walk laughingly or funnily walking, because you see, somebody would report to my mother, some lady, and my mother wouldn't be angry with her, she'll be angry with us. Were you laughing on the street? So we'll say, how do you know? Oh, she saw you. She was coming that way, she saw you were laughing loudly. Oh God, you are not supposed to do that. I've seen that happens very often also. Say, I'm in the hall, I'm sitting somewhere very near, I hear people laughing like mad. I mean, you can't laugh like that. It's indecorous, indecent to laugh like that. It's all right once in a while, but all the time laugh, 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 or while talking also you say something, like that is very wrong for Vishuddhi. I've seen many people talk, to me even, in between they'll laugh. It's very stupid. There's no need to laugh in between. Talk straightforward. Whenever there is a joke, you must laugh. But I've seen such people will never laugh when there is real joke. You have to tickle them or say that now certified joke. So the sensitivity to the humor is also so poor and low that it's impossible. They'll just look stunned like this. After some time everybody will laugh, then they'll laugh. So the whole thing is to be understood in a way, in totality, that we are Sahaja Yogis. We have a purpose. We have come here to learn something from each other and from ourselves. Your own spirit will guide you and tell you, this is indecent. Don't do this. It's not proper. But you just do it because of ego. What's wrong? I'll do it. Then you are finished. Decency is very important. Otherwise, nobody is going to listen to you. I'm happy that so many things have worked out so well. I'm so lucky. Like when I wanted to buy so many saris for you, I thought the prices have gone up too much. So I asked two ladies, I said, will you go to Nagpur and get the saris? I said, yes, mother, will do. They traveled for 14 hours continuously. Went there, saw my houses, all the houses where I lived and all that, took photograph of that. Then they bought the saris and very happy, they came back. And within 3 days they were back with 500, 600 saris, bundle, this bundle, that bundle. I don't know how they managed. And I asked her, I said, no, it all worked out, mother. How? Oh, we reached there and one gentleman met us And he said, "Are you Shri Mataji's disciples?" Yes. He said, "Yes." "All right, come along, I'll take you there." And then he brought his big jeep, he put all the things in it, and he said, "All right, I'll help you here." Like that, they described the whole thing, series after series, how people helped them to come and just at the time when they needed the help. But if it's a negative person, that person says, "Oh God, I got into the bus and the bus driver said to get down. Then I was standing there for 2 hours. I didn't know what to do. Then one car came, I requested and requested, he refused to take me. Then somehow or other, another bus came, which failed on the way." I mean, it went on like this, you see. So ultimately, how did you reach? "Oh God, I don't know how I reached here, this thing." So the whole story of the misery of the person is so boring, you know. But the main thing is there's a bhoot in that person. Thank God, that person is not killed on the way. Could have been. Could have got some other disease. Could have been in trouble. But nothing happened, thank God for that. Maybe the badge you were carrying has helped. But if you think you have been very miserable, you have not been sort of very comfortable, you have not been able to enjoy, then know something wrong with you. Something wrong with you, and not with Sahaja. This is the difference between a Sahajogi and a non-Sahajogi. Sahajogi will say, "Mother, it's so simple, you know, we came there and this happened, and then just, we got a car, we reached here, and this worked out." And then the miracles go so far that you cannot explain them. You just cannot explain. I'll tell you about Mr. Pradhan was going back to Bombay. And that time it was raining heavily. And in that, you have seen that ghat. And his car just slid down. And he was going in the big valley down below. He didn't know how he was going to be saved. His son just said, "Jai Mataji." He also closed his eyes, both of them, "Jai Mataji." And suddenly they felt such like an elephant, that car was pushed on sides. And there were these speed breakers. They broke all the speed breakers and they were on the street. They stopped the car there. The car wouldn't move. Immediately, just as they stopped the car, another came. A white car came in. And in that car, there was a lady sitting with all diamonds and everything. At about 2 o'clock in the night, imagine. One lady sitting with all decorations and all that, a very powerful woman. They couldn't see the face. And they just saw the ornaments. And the driver got down. He was wearing a white dress. He came down, he said, "Where do you want to go?" And then he took all their luggage, put it there. They said, "We want to go to Vashi." He said, "All right." He took them down to Vashi. And he dropped them at the house where they have to be dropped. So these people went and told, "See, this is what has happened." So they said, "We didn't see any lady." Yes, there was a lady sitting. And the son saw a vanity case just like mine, kept there behind. So he started wondering, who is this lady sitting in front? And then the car had to go and come back by the same road. And the car never came. They never saw any car. That's quite possible. I can believe it. But for you to believe it is to first of all become that nirvikalpa. Anything is possible under the sun. That is nirvikalpa. And secondly, to have the blessings also, you have to be a nirvikalpa. Don't doubt yourself, don't doubt Sahajoga, and don't doubt me. Just have faith. It's a complete faith of understanding, not of blind faith. And everything is going to work out. You are chosen people, you are special people, you are yogis. So I bow to you all, and I hope we'll have a nice time now. After this, I don't want to give any more lectures. I've had enough of it.
अब हम सब मिलकर परम पूज्य श्री माता जी की आरती करेंगे।
सबको दुआ देना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। जय निर्मल माता जी, जय निर्मल माता जी, दिल में सदा रहना माँ, सबको दुआ देना, सबको दुआ देना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। जय निर्मल माता जी, जय निर्मल माता जी, दिल में सदा रहना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। जग में संकट कारण कितने लिए अवतार माँ, कितने लिए अवतार। विश्व में तेरी महिमा, विश्व में तेरी महिमा। तू गंगा यमुना माँ, सबको दुआ देना, सबको दुआ देना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। जय निर्मल माता जी, जय निर्मल माता जी, दिल में सदा रहना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। हर दुख से दूर करना, माँ सबको दुआ देना, सबको दुआ देना, माँ सबको दुआ देना। जय निर्मल माता जी, जय निर्मल माता जी, दिल में सदा रहना, माँ सबको दुआ देना। जब दिल में आए तब मधुर संगीत सुन लो, माँ मधुर संगीत सुन लो। हो सके जो सेवा, हो सके जो सेवा, हमसे करा लेना, माँ सबको दुआ देना, सबको दुआ देना, माँ सबको दुआ देना। जय निर्मल माता जी, जय निर्मल माता जी, दिल में सदा रहना, माँ सबको दुआ देना, माँ सबको दुआ देना, माँ सबको दुआ देना। त्वमेव साक्षात् श्री महालक्ष्मी महासरस्वती महाकाली त्रिगुणात्मिका कुंडलिनी साक्षात् श्री शक्ति माता जी। श्री निर्मला देवे नमो नमः। त्वमेव साक्षात् श्री कल्कि साक्षात् श्री आदिशक्ति माता जी। श्री निर्मला देवे नमो नमः। ॐ त्वमेव साक्षात् श्री कल्कि साक्षात् श्री सहस्रार स्वामिनी मोक्ष प्रदायिनी नमो नमः। बोलो श्री आदि शक्ति माता जी श्री निर्मला देवी की जय।